right, we're live for part 2. All right, so this is going to be just super casual. I started this on the last stream. You can kind of go back if you want to see the process of how we got here, but really tonight I'm just trying to focus on getting as far as I can on this. I've realized it's just going to take me longer than I was hoping, but I think I've got some things, I think figured out here, and I think probably if I did this again, I feel more confident. I guess the goal is to get this down to probably, like, say, a 2-hour stream where I could recreate one of these scenes in 2 hours, but who knows, maybe we end up going for longer, depending. So this is where we left off. There was a bunch of issues when I finish this. I don't know if this music's going to be... just live streaming. There we go. Okay, so when we left off, there's quite a few little issues. Testing. Okay, so there's a few issues. One of them I think I have solved, and kind of did some experimenting yesterday or this morning and just sort of figured this out. So I think I think I have the road fix. But I also wanted to bring in just some background building data and just see how it looks, because if the background building data looks good, that means I kind of have a solution to this. So where were we? Google Maps. Here it is. So if you kind of look at this scene in the original one that this is the location, the random location we got. You kind of lose the brightness back here. So I could potentially just do that. But I think what I'm kind of curious about is like whether we could get enough detail back here from buildings that this would look okay. And then I can, scatter try to find some low res, cars or whatever to add in here. Or, if you look at this one, you see just like a little bit more blurry back here. So I just want to see if we can deal with that. And then I'm going to do the road fix. And then I think it's on to basically adding more detail to this building and texturing it. And I just see that, there we go. We lost some of our railings and stuff. Just want to make sure they're still there, which is good. Yeah. So yeah, here we go. Let's just try the building thing first. Let me just see if I still have my OSM data in here. I think I do. Well, let's just see what happens. Guess I can check this. We'll just bring in the terrain here and just see what it gets. Yeah. Okay, so it's on the right location. So it's just a duplicate. Okay, so what we're gonna try is we're gonna go into here and we're gonna grab Google 3D tiles. I'll try this at, let's just try whole city for a second. I could regret this to see how long this ends up taking, but I'm just gonna bring up the Blender console. Oh no, it's already got, okay. So this is the lowest resolution version. It looks like there's really nothing here. This might be a situation too where we may not have a lot to work with, potentially. This is in Italy. Try this one. Yeah, so this is in Sicily. So I'm assuming they do have coverage for there, but yeah. So it's not connecting. Oh no, it's okay. So you can see, like, at this level of detail, you can see, yeah, this level of detail is not gonna work. I could go one up from this. can see. But there's really nothing there. We can go one, let's go one up. You got to be careful because I mean, you get to, there's a certain level here where it just like exponentially gets much higher. It's really interesting. I should double check this. Last night Twitch was not working. I reset everything up. I don't know what the deal is with that. I'm just gonna see. Yeah, okay, so Twitch, oh. Yeah, Twitch is not working again. It's so weird. Okay, so I'm gonna kill the Twitch stream. And then I got Can't Get Kicked to work as well, so kill Twitch. We'll just do this on YouTube and X. Okay, so this is getting a little better. Still just not much. Where this, like, just in general, even if I go to the highest res, like where this data is really awesome is like background scenes and like high up. You know, if you want to do like kind of drone shots, like it starts to, you know, look not terrible from like this height. If I could remember how to get like a subsection of this, I would, but I feel like we'll do one more. I think it's the last one where it gets messy. Buildings with details. So if I could restrict it, you know, what I should do, and I would have to check and see. Maybe I can just do an experiment here. Is like I have the terrain, right? The whole thing. I obviously don't need it. So the question would be like if I was to cut. I think I have to get this location. Now I might be able to grab this location from this object, from the terrain, and I might be able to bring it down into like cut it, and then I could just get a strip from Google Street View or Google Earth, which would be a lot less buildings. It used to be when you did this, it would bring in, you know, massive amount of data. It's gotten a little better, but it's still not the best. My chat's not working. I guess I should double check YouTube and X and see if the stream is actually working. That looks good on YouTube. I don't know what happened with that. I've always been curious whether multi-streaming is, whether multi-streaming is actually causes an issue or not. All right, there we go. Okay, so it's working at least. Okay, what do we got here? So a little better. A little bit better. So this doesn't, for some reason, I don't know why this doesn't come in properly. But I can bring it down. And it should follow the same terrain. This actually will be a good test. Not really sure why it doesn't line up exactly right. Oh, that's pretty good. It's kind of interesting. So you kind of see what's going on. Right? So it does line up, which is really cool. So what I was kind of hoping is like these buildings down here would be enough. You can see where this really falls apart. I can go one more level up, which is probably going to be a wait. I'll probably have to do it after. But you can see like it does, it doesn't. See if I can get the background buildings out of here. Buildings, where did I put the buildings? Primary buildings, background buildings. So what I would want to do with this is I would want to cut it off, if the camera is here, here's our camera. All right, so here's our camera right at that spot. So you can imagine if I, really just need this row, and honestly, I just probably need from back here, but I don't know if there's going to be enough detail. I'd like to see if I can do it from here. So what happens if I duplicate this terrain? I get rid of this one. Go into this terrain and I say, what if I delete all that? Does that change it? Let's try it. So we'll go up to buildings with more details. Yeah, we'll try it. We'll see if this works. It's either going to get it, it's either going to crash all of Blender and I'll have to sort of relaunch this, or it's going to get that strip. Hopefully it gets that strip. That'd be pretty cool. It'd be good to know that technique. And I'm assuming then that would work nicely for like satellite images, whatever. So bring in the terrain and then kind of condense it down for the stuff that we need. Probably shouldn't have done this. Just, I don't know how long it will take to get this. Usually I stupidly should have brought up, I have the console. Yeah, so it's going out. It doesn't give you any kind of idea of how close it is. But it's going. Hopefully that didn't crash. Yeah, it's still going. Okay, so I don't know. Thank you for your spammy feedback. I gotta get this chat going. Something. This is not working. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'll say, okay, nice. It did work, which is awesome. So let's do, this is the highest detail we can get. I don't know if it's going to do it. So I think we were pretty close. So now let's stop this at, see if we can get to this street. If you're kind of new just watching, so it's been something I've been kind of working on quietly for a couple years. My goal is to essentially recreate, many of the Earth's most interesting locations in 3D. And I kind of have like pretty high ambition for it, in the sense I want it to be not just, a digital like a render, but I want it to be kind of interactive and explorable, and I want the quality to be accurate, everything to be to scale. So it's kind of a pretty ambitious, I guess, like mission that I'm on, or whatever we want to call it. But along the way, I've been, I'm constantly kind of coming up with like ways to sort of approaches to this, and the holy grail for me is being able to sort of have a process that can bring in terrain data, landscape data, satellite images, some 3D render scans, drone LiDAR, drone photo, like a bunch of tools kind of have a workflow that comes together that will allow me to do this efficiently. You know, it's one thing to be able to sit here and, you know, work on one of these things for you know, weeks and weeks, which I've done. It's another thing to be able to do it at scale, you know, fairly quickly. And that's kind of what I've been working on, is what that approach will look like and what the process would be. And, you know, I don't know where I am in that journey, to be honest. Like, I don't know how far along I am. I feel like I've got maybe 75% of the path of the, you know, the tools kind of nailed, but there's always issues. It's just a really difficult process. So this whole project that I'm kind of just starting now was another kind of approach. This might actually work. So if you kind of look at this image, you know, let's go to this view and let's kind of zoom in. So if actually it won't. I might be able to get away. I was gonna say I might be able to get away with cutting it, like cutting the sides to flatten them. But I think even if I flatten them, there's no detail. So it's kind of a wash. It's unfortunate. So I'm gonna have to come up with a better way, another way to do this. That's too bad. So that's like an example, right? It's like, hey, if that city was way in the background and we're recreating a map, we could use it and it would probably work just fine. You know, if it was a city, you know, certain cities in the US have, or the world have really high quality building data. We could bring that in here and we could apply it and we get like the exact shapes of the buildings. We have, you know, kind of an outline of the buildings here. I mean, these are the actual general shapes in terms of the heights and the floor plan. It's basically just a combination of, like, when you get the city data, you can see this kind of from here. If I turn that off. So when you get the city data into here and you look at a building like this, what the city data has is it has like a floor plan for that block. It would say like, okay, here's the shape of the building. It knows that. And it would say this shape is 2 floors. Then it would have this shape and it would say this shape is 1 floor. That's all you get. So you get 1 floor, 2 floors, and you get the shape, and that's it. You don't get any kind of extra detail on the building. It gets tricky. You don't get situations where buildings like get like narrower as they go up. That doesn't take into account. So there's limitations to it, but like I've done this before and it's incredible. Like if you go to New York City, for example, the data is insane. It's like very, very high quality. Each building is basically a 3D representation. So if you dropped all those buildings back there, you'd have pretty much the shape nailed. Lighting would work. You just need texture. So there's little things like that just sort of keep coming up. You know, I'm trying to get road systems in and like have them procedurally generate roads with like the proper, you know, sidewalks that needed, different types of roads, dirt roads. I'm trying to kind of nail every single step of this process to the point where I can just like drop myself anywhere on Earth and recreate that scene in, you know, a day, let's say. It would be a nice goal. So this challenge is about we're doing GeoGuessr. So we actually did a GeoGuessr game yesterday, and it's still open here. We did 5 locations, and then we took the total points for each location. We put it into a randomizer, and we picked a location for me to 3D model. And again, the idea is like, we don't know anything. I don't know what the location is. I have to kind of adapt and figure out a plan. And I think I'm going to try to do this as much as I can over the next little while to see, like, can I get a process down so I can actually, like, if I want to, you know, spend a week on a project or a couple weeks, I could really add like a ton of detail. But foundationally, you have to start with getting like the proper outline of the buildings and the geography of the locations and everything to scale. I've been watching some painting videos, oddly, on like TikTok and YouTube, and like learning how painters sort of like take a very abstract and like get that level of detail that's like very, very abstract for the actual painting, and then slowly layer in the detail, which is like it's a 3D thing. Just, I think as artists, we kind of tend to get like in the weeds of wanting to get details accurate, you know, or the little details looking good before we sort of get the general outline. So anyway, long story short, let's test out this road idea that I had. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the roads. You can see we have street view. If I switch this think it's this one. Yes, I think that's some satellite data, but this is good. So this is the road. So what I want to do is I want to see if I can get... So actually we can work with this. We'll work with this terrain. So the nice thing is when we keep the scale proper, I think we can do that now, the same thing. So see, we just basically have this little sliver of Paterno Sicily. And what I want to do now is I want to grab the road details. But what I want to do this time, which was different than last time, is I want to do the roads. I want them as 2D. I just want the roads. I want them separate. Okay, so we're going to try this. And the reason I'm going to do this, let's see if it worked, first of all. I can't tell if that was an error message. None type object has no attribute name. Okay. Try this. Okay, that worked. So this is really a kind of a fun. So I'm just going to go OSM. I'm going to call this 03. My naming conventions got really bad. Individual roads. Okay, so what's kind of cool about this, what I'm hoping this is going to work, is that you have your road types here. So we did this on the last stream. We just can get rid of all these roads, and I just look at the residential, and you can see inside of residential, there's some of these are named and some of these aren't. It's really cool though, because you can see the name. So if we click on like our street, this is called, yes, name that circum whatever, but if you look at the actual location, it's accurate. So this is the street. It looks like it's coming in two parts, but this is nice because if you kind of look at this, that's kind of a good vanishing point for the street in terms of, you know, where we'd want a decent level of detail, and then we'd want to adjust the detail after. So let's try this. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to hide all the other streets and bring this street up, and I'll probably end up bringing this to a new collection, but let's give this a shot. So right now this is basically taking a curve, and it's adding this profile, which is really it's really interesting. I'm kind of learning how they do this as I go, but they basically have a profile for a residential road, so it basically applies a bevel to the curve to create the proper hey Black, how you doing? It creates the proper width of the residential road, which is, it's really incredible when you really think about what's happening here, because you know, a residential road is going to have a specific width, and that's what's going to classify it as residential over tertiary or primary, and I think that there's restrictions on that. And what's so beautiful about this is, like, you can take those restrictions and like estimate the width of the road, and in this case it's falling perfectly between, like, this is the road, right? It's falling perfectly between the buildings, and the buildings are exact locations, like they are pinpoint accurate. So when you look at our reference and you look at here, it's pretty crazy because the width of the road is pretty much spot on to the width of the reference, and it leaves enough sidewalk, which is, it's accurate. But what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that. So now we just have a curve, and I was working on this last night, and I'm hope to God it's going to actually work. So what I'm going to do is I created a modified version of a geometry node setup that came from a third-party app from third-party download from a couple years ago, which is really amazing. But I needed to kind of fix a bunch of stuff in it to make it work. It was basically called Curves to Roads, but I think I have it. fingers crossed, this is a big deal if this works, is like, can I just take that road, which is already perfectly lined up with the ground, the curve is in there, and I remember this is going to be broken, so I'm going to apply this. So the curve is exactly shrink wrapped to the terrain, and it is perfectly lined up with like where the road would be in real life. And I'm just going to bring this geometry node set up on it. Okay, so the difference is what we don't have the width, which is actually interesting. I may be able to pull that width data directly from that object at some point. But for now, all I have to do is I should just be able to adjust the width of the road to kind of match what it was before. Okay, sweet. So then on top of that, I can bring in the curb. And now you see we have some curb data. And now I'm going to set the road width, we'll say 6.5, just to kind of make it maybe a little bit more. And then we're going to change this to 6.5. And now you can see it's taking the curb and it's dropping it in here. Now I'm going to adjust some things so I can change the width of the curb on the left side or the right side. So I'm just going to kind of adjust this a little bit. This is the width offset. So how far out is that curb from the road? But generally it's going to fit pretty nicely based on the road size. So I'd say that's probably pretty good. We're going to change, we need the width of the actual curb width to say be 2 meters on this side and 2 meters on this side. And I set it up so I can do both. And then basically I just need to change the width offset. Oops. Until it's overlapped. Okay, so this is good. We have a road. That road I can easily copy onto the final, the rest of the road, but I'm gonna slicing this up because I'm gonna have it so it doesn't have this curb here. And if you noticed, if you take a look at this at ground level, everything is sort of lined up. The only issue we probably have, I would say probably the curb height's pretty good, but I have some extra settings here and I can change the bevel amount. And let's bring this up to 3. So there you go. So just like a little bit sharper edge on the curb, which kind of matches what we got going on over here. And the curbs are very low, but I think that's probably pretty good. And then now I can just texture this. And this was a big thing yesterday, just getting the texturing right. And I'm not going to get this perfect, but I just wanted to know that it's going to work. And the beautiful thing about this is this setup, I have full control. And by the end, I can convert this to a mesh and then I can actually modify it, like make some damage to it, kind of just make the whole thing look a little bit better. So I think this is a big win. And I'm pretty confident now this is going to be the way I'm going to do all the roads. So nice thing about this is now I have a road material that's already set up really nicely. It's should be called, it's under default. So let's see what this looks like if I don't have the road texture. I don't think it's gonna matter, but road. Yeah, this has got this one, I think I can go in now and add whatever texture I want to this, which is great. I'm going to end up getting rid of the line in the middle. But yeah, this is huge. I mean, I can go change this texture right now, and I think it would be, let's go see what I had, because I had some other textures before. I downloaded one from, it was Polygon. I think it was this one. Sorry, you won't be able to see that. No line. Yeah, there we go. So that just came in perfect. I mean, there's almost no issue there. I want to see this. Here you can see, you know, it's not perfect, but it's a pretty good starting place for this road. And I would say like all I got to do is add, you know, just a bunch of dirt, little bit, maybe more oil spots, some darkening over here. And I would say I'm probably 90% there on the road, which is huge. And then on the sidewalk, I was looking at this same thing, and I think this is probably also 90% there. There's a couple little issues here, which I'll fix. But basically we have this dark section on both sides, and then we have kind of brick. It's hard to get this exact texture, but I'm going to make a couple adjustments and just see how close I can get it. So I've got a material for each curb. So what I'm going to try is I can stretch out. Let's start with the, oh, I got the materials reversed. So which material is this changing? Okay, so this one's doing the left. So first of all, I can bring this down quite a bit until these sort of start to come into like a little bit more like the bricks. Although this is probably going to cause a bit of, so I probably need to go like something like that. And again, it won't be perfect, but it'll be pretty decent. And then I got to fix this texture over here. And I was kind of playing with this before. So if I remember right, I think these are just reversed, honestly. I think I screwed this up when I did. Yeah, what was it that I had to do here? Something. Damn, now I forget how I did this. Damn. Literally just did this. I'm trying to remember how I fixed this issue. So I wonder if this side is good. No, this side is also wrong. Might have to re-import these again and double check. It's weird because it might, yeah, that's probably what it is. It's, I think, even though like it's just the way that I'm facing, it's left or right, but truthfully, like it kind of really depends on which way you're facing in the camera. So let's say this one is left and this one is right. And this one, so just even though it's on the right side, is left. Right, so that's that. So if I go into left now, and I see what I did, zero this out. So that doesn't really help us. This doesn't help us. Let's just set this back to 1. And then it was this setting stretches down. There we go. Then this gets stretched out. That doesn't change it. So you get I swear I had a solution to this. That solution was is gosh, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we can't get that texture. Interesting. That's doing. Yeah. All right. I'll troubleshoot this after. You know, this part, see, this top part is fine. And I can also just potentially just change the texture on the side and just use a different one. And or we can fix this when we convert it to mesh. But in this case, you know, we can move this around. So this kind of had a weird brick texture, but if you do this, you know, it'll have kind of a similar look, and I could desaturate and all this stuff, but I can also change the width of those bricks. Got to be careful not to stretch this too much. Okay, anyway, good enough. Okay. So I'll probably just apply the same thing probably to the rest of this road. So let's figure out, so this road does a curve down here, we don't really care. This is called Fran and Jessica. Okay. So what we can do is just bring up all the roads. So now we can basically apply these two. And what we want to kind of almost do here is grab this road, and this road, and just probably create a, what is the shortcut for, there we go, primary roads. Sweet. So there we have our 3 roads, and now what I can basically do is apply shrink wrap, and then I can copy modifiers. Copy the modifiers. Yeah, and I think that worked. So now we have, oh, this one didn't go. Oh, because we got to turn off this. Profile. And then profile. Pretty cool. So, I mean, obviously the texture gets repetitive. There's some disconnect between the two things, but this is all fixable. And, you know, we can smooth out the transition on the road to make the, but, you know, if you look down that, from that angle, which is going to be our render, I mean, you can't tell. It just looks like sidewalk all the way down, which is what we want. So I'll call it a win for road, and we'll worry about the texturing after. Okay. And then we'll do the crossroads as well, which I think is going to be straightforward. All right, what do I got to do here? I have to work on the buildings. I don't know if I either can work on a bit more detail around these building shapes, or I gotta do the wires. What was this? Okay. Also fix my shortcut, which hopefully at some point we got to reorganize the okay. So we want to, I think I want to work on this road, on this door, because I may have messed it up when I was messing around with my, yeah, I probably did. Although really I just need to bring out this line, if I can get it on normal. In fact, if I take this line and I scale X, scale Y, which way would this be? See, that's what I don't understand. I thought it would be X. But anyway, that might actually do the trick. It's a little bit, I mean, it's not very good geometry, but I think a lot of it's quad, so I'm not gonna maybe stress too much about it. Probably do mostly the trick. Now I'm very curious about this building, so I just kind of want to do a little experiment. So I want to see if I could get a bevel onto this thing. It was going to cause any issues. This might be the real challenge. But I'm just like looking at it from the side, it's not going to be that bad. Let's just see first, for example, if I mark this one. Yeah, it does. It softens it out. Look, can we get this one? Maybe not. Okay, that's probably going to be good enough. We'll add some textures and stuff. Just like getting rid of some of these heavy ones. Okay, let's just see what I have for doors. I brought in so many assets and I don't remember. Okay, so I installed all these packs. Assets not there. Okay, there are. I just for some reason thought for sure there was a bunch of doors and all right. I'm just grabbing a couple assets and seeing what I have available here. So this is like a very, very kind of medieval door. Garage is pretty couple. There's definitely a couple garage doors. I should have set this up. I apologize. I always forget to set my window to see this. You can just watch me browsing assets. I'm looking for any kind of a round door right now that matches that look. I mean, honestly, I could probably just, I probably don't even need to do it. Probably just like a regular wood texture is going to do it, the trick. I might have found a pretty good door. Just gonna try this out. Maybe a fence door. That's maybe. Okay, let's see what happened with these things. That's odd. Weird thing. I don't know why the empty is. Interesting. The sidewalks here are, so we'll just have to add a little something in front of it, but let's stay to that height. And then I think you're gonna have trouble. It's almost, you almost wonder if it's just worth it may end up being worth just texturing the door instead. What was popping through there? And obviously we could snap that around, but anyway, I think that's going to be fine for now. I'm going to go with that, and I can always just retexture it, fix it after. Okay, texturing grunge and stuff on these buildings is definitely going to be see, like, what did I do here? because of that Boolean. Is there a shortcut for... I guess it doesn't have to be perfectly... So can I mark... Okay, that works. Okay, so that's cool. So that's added a bit of detail there. I don't know about these things. I probably have pillars somewhere. I don't necessarily want to model these things, but then again. No, that wouldn't be smart. There we go. It's so interesting because you sit here thinking, like, how long do you spend, looking for a 3D model of something versus just modeling it, right? Forgot about this in Blender. The worst shortcut in Blender history is the number buttons hiding and showing collections. I don't know anyone that uses it. It is horrific because it's undoable. And if you have a bunch of stuff hidden, like I did, and you hit it, you're immediately like, your life sucks. I mean, I have no idea now. This I know disappeared. We know we have our roads are there. It's all those buildings. And it's that. this up. So why is that not showing up now? Gonna try something. I think I have a kit here that's gonna work better than this. Pixel has 2 levels of detail. Shit and unbelievable. I think I'm gonna just go with this. It's gonna do the trick. I suppose I could just rate these easier. That's good enough. I think there end up needing to be good enough. Okay, those in. Don't need this. Trim up here is probably okay. I could add like a little bit of overhang on this. Separation between these two buildings. Oh man. Happens. That might be just a pipe. Man, I'm struggling right now. Excuse me. Yeah, what I think I don't like about the Bag of Pie modifiers is just like they're a little bit too... I don't know what I did there. 2 windows above the garage. This should be this and this. I can't get anything. Okay, that's fine. We can put a pipe here. See, this is like, I don't like this. This is like, why do we need to draw that much geometry? And then what you got is, I don't think you just have the pipe. It's like it's doing something weird with the... See if it works like this. No, of course not. I think I can't wait to just get a geometry node set up where I have something for everything. See, like it's nutty. Like that now is like locked out of doing. Like what I really want to do is I want to just do a curve. Even though these curves are sometimes annoying, they're just so much more flexible. Where that went now. Oh, man. Right. And I think you can do yeah, like recalculate handles will just sort of nice and simple, right? Even if it's not perfect, you know, we've got this going in here. And then I just want to be able to drop that modifier on it, which will then create, you know, all of the pipe stuff instead of having to go in and, you know, do a probably this is going to be good enough. I probably can grab this, turn off this. Just kind of bring this in. That down. That's probably good enough. Yeah, that's what I need. So what I basically need is, I'm talking to myself now, by the way. What I basically need is, I need a geometry node set up for roads. To handle the roads, the curbs, the handrails on a highway, you know, the dirt side of the road, just like something that handles roads. And then you can place signs pretty simply. I need create a bunch of curves, which again, I know there's like all sorts of cool plugins that, you know, you click on one thing, then click on another, and it creates the wire, the pipe. I get all that, but I just feel like, actually, I might have one. Like, I might have one that I know. Let me try something. But I think like that's just so much more adaptable. I wish you could get a curve that just started with one. I wish curves only started with one vertex. Right. So if you get this, you're just like looking at this building, right? So we'll start this one from here, and we'll just run it across, right? So if I extrude this over to here, maybe to this one, down a bit, and then over. And then what happens if I take all these, recalculate handles, let me switch this to okay, so let's just try this with the poly. So let's say I did that poly curve. I had this, I know I had this set up. I'm just trying to think where it was. It's called light trails. There's a cable one. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Oh, it did not work. Drag it onto there we go. Okay, so what did it do? Aha. Anyway, something like this in the sense that it's just like, you know, the cable system is just, it doesn't need to be that complicated. I think, you know, just having the lines in here, and then this was a different plugin, but basically this one is geometry nodes. And it's kind of the same thing, you know, you can just have 3 cables, you know, we can set their radius min, radius max to whatever we want. And at least we have something. But it's just like the, you know, getting the size of these things. Oh, okay. So this is the offset. Okay. So it'd be interesting is just like having the offset, and then I think the noise. I can't remember what this noise kind of does. What I really want is it just to sort of twist around, but anyway, something like that's good. Okay. Did we get a bevel in these windows? Okay, these windows I think are going to be, these windows we're going to do just a texture. They don't have much of a, I'll probably just have to start texturing this stuff. I'm missing a door down here. Okay, camera just died. I'm gonna change the battery, take a quick break, and I'll be right back. figure, I still know I messed something up. I don't know what it is when it comes to measure. Like, everything is measuring behind. It's not measuring on top of. That was what was happening with that modifier. I should just save it, open up a new file, and see. So this door came in at 4 meters, which is obviously pretty tall. Looks like probably like an 8-foot door, which is like, what? So I'm curious with like door framing in general, because like there's always, like, I have really good asset packs they handle. Like this door, like if you kind of line this door up here, there's not much of a stoop, but I'm just thinking, you know, if I line it up here, and now in this case, I just want to flatten out like how these models are. So these are Kitbash 3D models, you know, compared to, yeah, what a difference. Right, like, yeah, like these models are, you know, Megascans have like obviously beautiful models, but they're all photo scanned. So the difference in like working, like you could never do this with a Quixel asset. I should remember how to do this properly with, like, okay, so if I isolate this door, again, if I'm just sort of testing this for the future. So if I want to get this to, I'm trying to remember, I think it's, the orthographic view. Like I want basically this one. Yeah, so I mean the right way to do this. It's probably going to cause an issue, actually, now I think about it. I think just bringing them back is probably the better move. Where that shortcut is. Something like that's fine. Okay, so with the sidewalk here. Door would really be. Something like this, and then now I'm always careful to turn this on, but I'm gonna try it. It's always what shortcut is that? Cableator. Yeah, I think I like this process. So why does that not, when I bring this out, shouldn't those merge automatically? Did it merge? Yeah, it did. Okay, so it did work. Just probably created a little bit of an issue up here. I definitely did that, and not in a great way. Okay. was testing this out a little bit earlier. What was the shortcut key for this? Can we not just do this manually? I don't know what is going to be my shortcut. Of course, that's not going to work. Man, I swear to God, with these apps and all this stuff, it's like... So what happened there? It's a draw cable, which we did. It's that freaking same issue. Okay, let's try this. Create a cable. Okay, it's better. Yeah, see, I like this so much better. So I need to change that shortcut. So this is an interesting one because it's not pipes, but just kind of experimenting. If I do like this, right? Have a lot of control. Now, can I edit that? Is it just a plugin? Edit cable. So how do I get that? That's what I don't understand about this stupid thing. Okay, so that shortcut. What shortcut do we want? Shift Alt C. It's like there should be a thing in Blender. Just pick a random. Should be an option in Blender to add any shortcut to any folder, and it should, like any menu, and it should be an easy way. Shift Alt C is not what I want. So what about Shift Control C? Okay, there we go. Okay, so now I have this cable. So now I have to tilt it. So that doesn't work. I can shift it. Okay, so there you go. I can, let's see what show wire is. Oh, that's the wireframe. Okay. Twist method. Can I make Can you not do a like a twist? Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I was kind of curious here, why there's not an option with this thing. Why there's not an option to twist, you know? Resolution, bevel resolution, tilting the cable, doesn't do anything. Show wire, like that's definitely cool. Tilt doesn't do anything. Resolution is whatever. Width is simple. Okay, I'll have to figure that one out. I'm sure there's a way to do it, just to add like a twist. Like in this case, I mean, it's interesting to see. Like if I wanted to, how quickly could I do a bunch of these? Like I just want to run a bunch of random cables across from like, see the draw thing is messed up. It's doing it. I gotta figure out what that is. That might make my life a lot easier tomorrow. See, create a cable. You pick your spot here. You pick your spot here, and then tension is here. And I think if I did that, and then I do the simulate. Oh, create another. Okay, that's good. Super simple to draw a bunch. Now, how do I? So, okay, that does one of those. Can I edit them all at once, though? Okay, that's good. Okay, so that's definitely good. Now, can I simulate? There was a thing I saw. So can I simulate these? Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping for. It was like, okay, so C. So I want to change. So you kind of want to have a standard. Okay, so let's say edit the cable, and we want to have a, where was tension? I swear there was a tension thing. Draw a cable. Bang, bang. Why did that not work? Because I hit draw. Okay, create a cable. Pick a point, pick another point. Perfect. Tension, D. Drop the tension down. Drop the width down. Don't need any more points. Create another, same thing, tension goes up. Okay, hit escape. So take this cable. Let's get rid of this one, get rid of this one. So just take this one cable, and then I'm going to simulate it. That's not bad. How can I change the tension after? Is that possible? That's easy. Why? Why can you only do the tension? Let's do this. Oh my God. I think in a future life, I'm going to make Blender plugins just so I can show people how insane some of this UX stuff is. It's like, okay, how do we exit? So we just click off of it. Okay, jeez. Then we have to do this. Like, why can't that be? Why can't that be in a menu, right? Okay, so I have to use random shortcut. Now simulate. Well, that wasn't that great, but anyway. I mean, the nice thing is you can just sort of so like low cable there. Okay, this is cool. So we got cable going from, there should be a simple shortcut for this. So create cable from here to here. And it creates that weird, bring the width down a bit. Tension should probably go pretty close. Twist method, I have no idea. I think the issue is I mean, whatever, right? Like the twist of that. There was something I saw about the twist. Like to me, the tilt cable should spin that cable around. This is what I don't quite understand. The thing of this that I don't quite understand. I think I'm thinking a lot about plugins and tools, because if you really had just a curve, a Bezier curve, which always starts out as this 2-point thing, which is what's annoying. There's no, like that I can remember, there's no quick way. But if you take this and you turn on snapping, and you bring it to this side, take this one, turn on snapping and put it, to here. It's like, okay, what did we do differently? Like, we basically did the same thing. The only difference is it handled a bit of the curve, handled a little bit of the curve better, right? There should be like a way. So if you snap that there, snap these to here, you have pretty, the only thing you're missing is the twist part. And that's what I don't get. How do we twist that whole curve? Like, to me, what you want is it all just sort of in a super simple geometry node, something that handles that, and then this is basically the same thing. And you have your resolution, and then you can resample. I'll get to figure out, I'll figure out a way to do this faster, but, there's a bunch of cables going. Across from here. And then we've got our main one going across there. This is way too thick. There's one that looks weird. But that's the one I did. No, this one I think I did better. Yeah, so there's a telephone pole. There's a couple there. We obviously have to sort of And then, like, you know, the cool thing is you should be able to duplicate these. Kind of just send them. All down this line. We're gonna get this all figured out sooner or later. The thing also I would like to do is figure out how to do it. How do you change? There must be a way to take, like, from your camera view, a perfect, like, set up a custom or something transform orientation so that it's always something else would be worth me looking at. But anyway, okay, let's get this light. See if I can find one of these proper three-way. This might do it. Yeah, this should do the trick. It's a 3, but... And what I don't really want is... I just need... remember we were on the stream before, and someone said we should get the height of the camera, and they were so right about that. Like for the next scene, just getting the like proper height, so that when you line this all up, it just, there's no guessing. Would be super helpful. So interesting. Hey, NCS Daku. Sorry, I missed your message there. And I wish you could get larger previews. Well, this is better. Gate. Okay, this another experiment, which is this door. So the experiment is going to be, you know, if I took this door and if I just separate the selection. Okay, so now I have a separate thing, which I could. So there's four things across. Let's just do it like this. Let's go. I don't know why I did that. What am I doing? Okay. So let's just double check this. So this object now. Oh. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. What's the right way to do that, I wonder? Right, okay, so there we go. It's a proper door. Okay, so let's just say I wanted to quickly model this. My options are try to find a texture that's close. That's not going to happen. But like, how long would it take me to do this? If I was to just take this thing and then just start to do this. So what do I really want? I want 4 of these. And then let's say I kind of bring that up. Bring that up. Keep this. And then if I bevel that, it's going to create say 4 up here. Bevel these. That's probably all I need. And then let's bevel this one. So far all that's fine. Now let's do the other way, which I really want 3. And I want to bevel all 3. To be just like that. Then, okay, so now if I have this, I really want to extrude this one out. So let's just do it systematically. So here, hoping I didn't screw something up. Good so far, right? So I want that, I want that, I want this, and then I would want to just extrude these out a little bit, just to create a bit of an edge. Now this is where feel like this is where I would run into issues. So really I want this, and this. Now if I bring it out, I just think it could be source of resources for this. Okay, so we have a perfect cross beam that basically matches this. I need to turn off whatever the heck. I need to start a fresh Blender file and import this. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Okay, so you know, I have this is probably good. And then, you know, if I was looking at this, I might take these. See, I lose, this is what's driving me nuts, is I lose. I think even there, okay, let's not mess this up. Okay, so we've got a gate. So I'm just thinking, if I'm doing this in the future, how much time would that take me to do? Like, that's kind of a special case. I don't need to worry about these doors. These windows definitely can be a texture. The other thing can be a texture. That one's pretty prominent. The other one was pretty prominent. This is a little bit different. This is blinds. Looks like on the inside of the window, which I'm sure I can find some blinds at some point. But I don't really think there's much more. I mean, I could do all of the individual bars. So let's just see if I wanted to do them as bars instead of a texture. What would I do? So I can't, whatever I did, I broke my, see, I broke my loop cuts there, which I don't understand what it's like just some stupid mistake that I make when I'm doing that. I don't know what I did different, but so, you know, I could take there's got to be a modifier or something for this. You know, I could inset all these, which kind of makes sense. Then how could I grid these things? Yeah, man, I am. Hey, Blue Mist, thanks. Is Kick working? Oh, it is. Oh, nice. Kick is working. Okay, it wasn't working earlier. I gotta figure that out. How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm making some progress, taking my time now, thinking through some techniques and stuff and how I want to do this in the future. but I think I'm getting close-ish. I'm going to just add a few more details, just looking at the comparison between some of the buildings, and then I think I will probably texture tomorrow and then start just to add in like the grunge and the little random objects, the street signs and stuff. I'm just doing some experimenting right now to see what techniques I would use. What's kinetic rush? Tell me about that. I'm trying to think how I would do this. Think. I keep thinking about like a wireframe modifier, but that's not what I want. It's probably better with the texture. All right, I'm not gonna stress myself out of this right now. Yeah, this is probably the way to do this. I guess I have, a special, I have a door that I can texture however I want. It's separated. Geometry. I think this is going to be fine. I would like to get some trim around. Okay, so let's do that. So if I wanted to do trim around this door. Okay, so I already have. The nice thing is by insetting it already, if I had done that right, but I already added the back to this. So if I just bring this scale up, okay, that's fine. So getting it right the first time is probably the lesson here. And then I'm sure there was another way to do that. So now I have, there's the connecting edge. So now I could really pretty much that simple. And then if I wanted to add a bevel here. Yeah, that'll do the trick. And then just add bevel there, bevel there. There's a trick to that bevel. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, okay. I've seen it. Is this one like a retro gaming theme? Is that the one that you're working on? I thought I saw something about this. I thought about doing one of these one day. But I think it's like a retro, like bit art kind of. Tell me if that's what it is. So then if you take this edge, and I could just double this, right? Okay, that looks pretty good on that garage. Get some more cables in here after. Pipe, air conditioners, I have a bunch of those. Oh, nice. Are you streaming it, or are you? I guess you're not. If you're near, are you recording it, or going to do like a time lapse of your work? Or I'd be very super curious to watch it or see it. I also think that hitting every building with a bevel modifier and then doing this one didn't work at all. I feel you there. It's hard, right? And then the worst part is that if you do stream it or if you record it all, you have it, but then you're sitting on a hard drive somewhere and you're just not wanting to go through it all. I have so many of those. So I found the streaming, I feel better about just, I guess, having it stream, and in the future I can look back at it and make fun of myself, but so I'm definitely realizing definitely realizing like taking my time to do the building data right is gonna save me a ton of effort. Later on. Just even as simple as something as simple as getting all those bevels, like all those insets right. Even for these doors, right? Like I could have. How would I do this? Like I can obviously knife tool across, but then it just creates them bad. Do you want to suffer now or suffer later, right? Like, I guess an option would be just do like a simple bevel. Just gonna try something. And then get right. That was like a decent way. Created a bit of a bit of a curve in there. So what if I did this, but I changed what did that do? Guess if you bevel the corner, I mean, that's going to do it right there, right? I suppose if you brought I'm sure there's a way to It's interesting. I wonder if maybe that's just the simple way to do this. So if you do that and then you extrude that out. And then you what did that do, right? I didn't bring it out flat though. See, this is what I can't get my head around. I know there's something. Fact that this building was part of a huge object, so it doesn't have its proper orientation set up. But there's got to be a way to just flatten that exactly. Honestly, probably it will probably matter. It's usually so easy on any object. Loop tools. I haven't used loop tools in a long time. How do you get the extensions? There's a way to do this. It. So what did it... See, it'd be nice to know what it actually figured out. Well, I'm going to just start using that for now. Okay, so let's try this again with a new window. Okay, so I want to add that little frame to the window. So I bevel, just bring it up to whatever size I want, extrude, flatten. Oh, it's perfect. Okay, that's definitely workable. All right, let's do two at once. Bonus. Boom. Window, window, bevel. Why that's snapping. Oh, it's a C. Okay, so get our window, extrude, flatten. Oh, damn it. Might have to do these individually. All right, Blender, you win. Okay, I think that's going to be good. Windows, I wouldn't mind doing a few more cables. I put a pipe in here. I think I may be able to mess around with this thing tomorrow. This thing does, I think, some pretty cool stuff with. Okay, let's go. I think we're gonna. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try. I want to see if I can get this draw thing fixed. So I'm gonna save as, or no, prefix. So I'm just gonna try this. The streams or the Blender is gonna just drop for a second. I'm just going to try to bring this all into a fresh file. So I'm just going to kind of reset everything and just see if that fixes my issue. So what I was trying to figure out is if I do edit mode and I pick, I want to draw a curve, which I let's do something. Adding a Bezier curve with a single point. Okay, let's say, so if I add this Bezier curve, and then I go to draw, draws behind. Maybe snapping. Okay, that worked. Maybe that was an issue. Okay, so now I go to J, and I go to pipes. Was that all it was? Was it cursor? I just don't like how it does that. It creates like a duplicate. Should be able to just draw it. It's pretty good though. Okay, so this one, I think these are unique because they only seem to work on the ground. I don't feel like I like this. Trait's too much of a mess. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's super interesting. Okay. Huh. Really like that. So I assume that unfortunately doesn't have the way, I'm sure there's going to be a way to do it, to just add the objects to, but that's pretty sweet. So it works really well on the side of one wall. Okay, so then once that's on, you have the pipe start, the pipe end. You can do the gravity, which is probably fine at whatever gravity is, minus 0.9. Let's set that to default. Okay, so you do the pipe, and then so that will handle the offset. Profile. Cable count is super useful. Cable radius, I guess, is both of those. Resolution, rotation, randomize noise. So if you have 3 cables, that cable. Okay, so we draw that cable. I like that it's got 3 cables. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Wow. That's super useful. I mean, basically everything would be cables or pipes. It would just be really interesting if you could do the gravity. Okay, so what will noise do? What does this do? Oh, that's that. That's super cool. So yes or no on this. Rings, yes or no. Don't think that does much. Okay, that's useful. Interesting if you could get the like that is nice. And the way that that stretches to go. It's just like tilting it. That's really good. Okay, I think that's just a better way to do. If I could do that point, click. Okay, like this. And then I got perfect for fixtures, the curves. So what other ways would you draw this? Still something feels wrong to me. See, it's a little bit annoying to me about this, and again, I don't know if there's just like a way around this, but I want to just be able to draw the damn cable and then apply. Like, I hate having all these random. Maybe there's a way to do it. I just haven't looked into it enough. But that would be ideal. Is like I just have a curve and I can just add. Oh, there we go. Okay, so once you do it, it's in here. So let's see, you have two buildings, right? Now, without having to do the draw, I suppose they probably have. Yeah, they did a pretty good job. But if you do one, and then you do a cable. Let's say you have two buildings. And let's just say you want to do it old-fashioned way. You're going to add a curve. You're in edit mode. You're going to draw. Not great, right? Doesn't get the distance. What if you do two? Straight line. Didn't snap. That can work. You don't get the shape. Subdivide it, drop the cable. And it doesn't do the I think the answer to this is going to be just process. Like, get the terrain, get the satellite imagery, get the buildings, get the roads, make sure that those are all accurate, organized, and you block out the camera, get it in the right position, feel like, okay, we're good. Then save all that, then get all the buildings cropped out for all the doors, all the windows, get all that properly proportioned so I have everything like properly to scale, everything looks right. Then potentially just mark out, while I'm doing that, if I want, I could mark out, like annotate where things are, but I think just do it plain. Then I would say add like windows, doors, balconies, kind of anything that's sort of extra objects onto this. Get all of that kind of saved, and then, okay, now I have all the buildings, I have everything organized, I'm not worried about it, have a backup. Then just be like, okay, I'm going to do cabling and pipes. And then it's just like draw, do all the pipe cabling, simulate physics or whatever if I need to, and then just apply all of the, you know, those details. Then I think after that, I move on to texturing. So let me clear this out and let's see if we can set ourselves up for tomorrow. So if I go into Prime, I'm just going to open up my projects and then GeoCreator, turn on. So I'm just trying to bring in everything right now. I don't actually think I really messed anything up, to be honest, but just kind of go see what we have. So this is no texture. What's going on down here? Well, probably because I have... Okay, so if I know I have a backup, this is probably the right time to clean up everything. Okay, so this is all the bag of pie stuff. Get rid of this. Get rid of this camera. Get rid of this light. Get rid of this. What are all these? These are all the pipes. Say pipes. I don't think I need any of this, although there was something in this scene. That's just a corner. Is there a fire hydrant anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Trash can anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Post. Nope. Those posts. Nope. Bus stop. No. Okay, so let's get rid of all this. This we want. Get rid of these. Get rid of these. So I gotta figure out what's going on with those ones. I definitely don't need any of this. We're gonna look at these in a second. We're gonna need some of these roads. Yeah, okay, so we can get rid of, I think we can get rid of all these. Okay, and then background buildings, we definitely need these. These primary buildings are, I think these are all the ones in the front. Although, where are all these? Okay, so those are our background buildings. And where are these buildings? These are these guys. There must be a backup of them somewhere. That's weird. Are useful for anything. I'm just gonna get rid of them. Hierarchy. What are they? Okay, maybe they are. I think I like in the future just figuring out what's in the camera for these things, not moving anything, and then lining it up. Okay. I don't know honestly what the terrain envelope. So let's bring these into. I don't know why these are not. What is the deal with that? It must be because the roads are. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so we're gonna call this OSM. Drop in the terrain, buildings, roads. We'll figure this out. like this so far. Okay. I do not know what those wave profiles do. Some background roads. So what I want is like, see that road there. Which is probably going to become primary. They're all across at once. So I'm going to put that back. Okay. Those are those roads. What is that? Okay, this is going in. Building conditions. So where did that go? Okay, like where does this go? That came out off there. Where's that? These should be attached to these buildings. Even though their buildings aren't moving. I do not like how it moves. It's just like a disaster right now. Alright, well, we're getting close. Oh. Okay, I think those are the profiles for the street length. I think that's what that is. Okay, this door. Okay, so yeah, they're in. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to write this out. But if I did this again, I did never import the building data connected, because I think just like having the names of buildings would be really useful. Like I think if I went and grabbed that same data right now, do not know why that's still sitting here. That feels a little bit better. Okay, so say I grab this. Let's do a little test. So I have this terrain, and if I can't do that anymore. Damn. So there's something interesting, which is if you I think if you what are those images? That's kind of got me a little bit. So I'm worried about that. Okay, if I go to the terrain now. Just wanted to get this exact data. It's the coordinates, and just like getting those coordinates and not losing it. So now, question is, if I take this terrain and I paste in, it's just annoying that you can't keep. So I'm just grabbing the extents from the other Blender file. So this should be the same coordinates. And just to test it, if I import the terrain, yeah, it's slightly off. Damn. Why? There's something to that for sure. Because now you kind of have a bit of a problem. Well, hopefully. Anyway, the test I was going to run, which I'll just try here for quickly, is to grab the street maps again. Keep it as 3D simple as what we did before. Okay, I guess maybe we can't. No, import a single object. Let's try that. I don't know if it's going to work. So you can get different roof shapes, which is interesting. Did it work? No. So what it did was so in this case, none of the buildings are named, so it doesn't really help us that much. But the buildings are separated. So maybe that's actually maybe not the best idea. So probably roads separated. So my guess is, yeah, it's just. So if for some reason I just shifted it down, it's basically that. So we didn't. Interesting. Yeah, so, you know, buildings, looks like all the heights are there. The buildings don't have individual segments though, it's just one. Easier though, we can just join. Okay, either way, doesn't matter. Alright, so here's where we're at. If I turn off the background roads, what is that road? There we go. And we'll go back. Yeah, so I think we're in good shape. Hoping that I didn't totally mess anything up there with the GIS data, but something like this for this door. Oh, that's why. Stupid. Doors backwards. I still don't think. I don't think that this extra frame is really going to help. It's interesting if you kind of select this, say to here, and we delete these vertices, what do we get? It's pretty good. Like in that case, kind of the door. this case where I probably really messed up this door, it might be almost worth. It might almost be worth like kind of dissolving the whole thing. Just out of curiosity, if I do all this to center, oh, okay, so we have the depth, right? Okay, so let's say we do all that to center, all that to center. All that to center, all that to center. The death of me getting the zooming and stuff, right? Funny, you switch, you go, Unreal Engine, Blender, come back, and you think, okay, this is no big deal. Okay, so how would you do this from scratch? So let's say, let's get this door back to scale. Door's gonna sit up like that. And honestly, okay, so the door's gonna sit up like that. We're gonna bring out this frame. I almost wish I could just okay. I don't think I need that edge. All right. How would you do this first? Would you do... I guess you probably would want this. There's got to be a trick to this. I'm just not thinking what it is. Okay, so as soon as we do this, now this edge becomes that creates a mess. But so if I just kind of bring this up. I wonder if the buildings, if you import each one individually, whether you have any issue. I should test that. Right, because you just don't want to have this problem of okay. Oh. Because all the buildings are perfectly flat, so this part's fine. It's just they're all tilted slightly based on their floor plan. Okay, so if you take this and you bevel this, what happens? Okay, so we get a curve. That's not what we want. I mean, truthfully, that's fine. I'm curious how to do it the right way. This might be just like a fun thing for me to. And I know if like you bevel that edge, that's not going to cause me, don't think, any major issues. And that's, I mean, the issues, it's just not, yeah, there we go. I gotta look up. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna watch a tutorial on doing these like curved arches, because I feel it's just like it's like a common technique. Obviously, it's a common technique. I haven't done it myself. Because now, like, I lost my ability to bevel this. Okay, well, I mean, it's not completely unusable right now. I just even that thing we're showing where, yeah, I think I'm going to bring it back to. All right, I'll leave it like this. So what I'm going to do is, I feel like other than the fact that I just realized I lost these buildings down here. What building was that? So I lost them here too. So is there no building here? There's definitely something there. It is kind of an open plaza. Is that all? Is that building? No, there's a missing building. There's a missing building. That's super weird. Just missing. Just that building right there. Is that a building or is that a plaza? It's a plaza. Not missing a building. Okay. Cool. So this is actually right. So thank God. I feel like I know this location now so well. I'm going to start driving these locations. It's going to be sick. Okay, so if we go down here, we don't see anything, but if we flip to other dates and we look here, we're seeing, I think, that apartment building. So if I go back to Postfix, I think that building is there. Yeah, okay. It just, maybe it was a little bit of an illusion. And maybe that building's just not quite as tall as maybe it is or should be. So I can obviously fix that. And I'll fix the smoothness of the roads and all that stuff. That's not a big deal. Interesting. It's a long way down there. Unless I somehow got off that road. It is a long way down here. So you come out right here, that road. Okay, there's the roundabout. Road 1, Road 2, Road 3. Yeah, so we're coming out right there. Gap here. So this is that. Basically, that's that. Then there should be the building there, and then this building here, although it's like slightly different shape, is that, which is, I guess, these apartments. So yeah, we'll just bring that building up to kind of compensate for it. Super interesting. It's literally just a plaza. This is such a wild experience. I'm gonna call this a stream, but it's just I don't know, Pierre, if you're scamming me or not. But you just hit my social media, send me a message. Everything's linked on my YouTube, and yeah, I'm always open to chatting. Anyway, this is such an interesting experience, I gotta say. I think I'm gonna get this. It's gonna be just stepping it out and kind of getting a process down. Good, this was sort of the first episode, or episode 0, I guess. What I'm really loving about this is, like, I'm such a travel streets, like, road trip guy. I love this stuff. And it's so interesting to me that anywhere in the entire world, anywhere in the entire world, I could have got dropped on that game. And then you get this, like, one little location. I won't probably be able to find it now. So yeah, one little location. City? No, that's not it. I don't know how the streets work in. Well, whatever. You get the point. Paterno, this one little town, this one random street, and then now I'm like modeling out this random location, and it's completely random. And I think what's so fun is just to know that, hey, if I get this technique down and I can get kind of a system down, quick texturing, modeling, and get quicker and quicker, how fun it'll be to be able to do this like fast. But there it is. So current progress with like fairly close matching lighting. Obviously we have no background yet, which is going to be very simple. I'm just going to keep kind of the sky situation, but I would say composition is close. It's hard to say. I really should have probably, got it like locked in. I feel like what it probably is going to be like a tilt down. Although all of the lines are so, unless they do kind of correct. I mean, this is a 360 camera. That's why this may not end up working right. But typically, if you're at 90, your lines are going to be straight if you're not correcting for it in camera. So that's going to get you like nice, which all these are it's probably corrected. But we were trying to figure it out before. Well, let's see if the measurement thing is fixed. So if I want to measure here to here, yeah, why does it do that? Blender's usually so good about measuring tool have like a snapping? The annotate does. Why does it do that? If you want to measure, let's look this up. Make sure this is not a Blender measure snap tool. I know that you can measure surface. Oh, maybe it'll work with this. Never thought of that. Kind of. So if I take this and this, turn this on. No. So it gets the snap. It gets the snap on the camera. Feels like it does anyway. Okay, that feels right. Did it snap to the surface though? Okay, I think that worked. It may not be perfect, but okay, so that's 3 meters. So what's the height of Google Street View camera? 2.5 meters. Okay, so 2.5 meters should be the height. And then what is the camera specs? Focal length, Google Street View. Huh. It's interesting. I'm going to look up. There's some interesting I'm just seeing some interesting interesting. Someone's done some. Sorry, I was looking at this on my wrong browser. I wasn't showing it. Someone was doing some mapping, so they figured out that 50Y is about 90 degrees in Blender. So problem is now I can't, like, how do you get, how can you get the location of an object relative under location of camera relative object? So I think again I have the camera like pretty close to where, like, I had it lined up, I thought, really good with where the buildings were. Could have it wrong, but there's the building blueprint. There's the street view. I'm kind of currently on. Just past the second. Okay, so maybe a little closer. I feel like this is going to be a bad idea, but... camera not necessarily going to be centered. It's probably pretty close. Left side of the road. We're in Italy. Are we left side driving? Well, I mean, it's a one lane road, but right hand. Okay, so whatever, they're going to be, I mean, the Google Street View shows them on the left. So this one shows here, and 50Y is that level of zoom. So that's kind of the shot, right? So I think location wise we're just past the second building, so we're probably pretty close. That looks pretty good. Okay, let's assume that's right. Although it changes with, you know, how much of the screen you have open. Okay, yeah, and you know, what am I shooting, my aspect ratio and all that. So anyways, probably not gonna get it perfect. That feels pretty good. You know, if I punch in with the camera, maybe because, you know, we're on, but I don't think that's going to be it because the perspective is kind of nice. But then you can see we lose the balcony perspective, and everything is too. It's definitely not that. I don't know what the camera would be. It's probably definitely wide like this. Again, you're shooting with like basically like a bunch of cameras stitching together, so this is probably not possible. But that's pretty accurate to where the camera was. I don't think I changed. No. And again, you see the perspective change is basically all comes down to where I want the camera positioned. If I want it shooting straight down, I want something like that. I think we're going to be, I think we're going to go back to 75. I think we want that pipe. Oh, I lost it. Yeah. Keep forgetting it. It's this one. Anyway, I could just be at this forever. I think the shot that I want, though, is we'll probably shoot it at pretty close to 90, although the street's up, so. Okay, there we go. Anyway, I am stupidly just messing around. I'm going to end up probably with that crop. Okay, I'm done. All right, so yeah, that's basically our view. I lost my lighting somehow in this whole thing. I don't know how I lost my lighting. Oh. There we go. I think that shit's going to be it. Yet somehow. What the heck? Where's the light coming from? I see if that's off. Blender. There's no sun. There's no light. Something about importing that screwed me up. It's using this. Instead of this. Okay, I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to, because my camera's basically dying, I'm going to end the stream, try to fix this lighting thing, and then I'll be back tomorrow.